Hello and welcome to evening number 3 of A Night at the Dark, brought to you by MODUS Sports. And what better way to get cracking on evening number 3 than with the 3-time world champion Martin Adams, who had his day off yesterday, and he'll be playing against a young opponent from the Netherlands who hasn't played against Wolfie this week so far because Russell had his day off on Monday when Martin was playing. It's Russell to go for the ball first to see who starts this match.
25.
Bullseye.
And Martin wins the ball with the button.
All the best, Brian.
All the best, Russell.
Same format as ever, best of 9 legs. And Martin starts this evening on the bottom
100.
of the weekly table on 2 points. He got those 2 points with a 5-0 win in the very first game of the week against
64.
Mike Warburton, who is having his day off today. And that might be a good thing for Warby, just to take stock after a pointless night last night. Not for the lack of effort, but he came up against some people who were truly on form. So Martin now playing every day for the rest
32.
of the week, looking to accumulate points as soon as possible to get himself off the bottom of the table. Wessel in his first day yesterday got himself 6 points.
What's up? What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience,
Yeah,
everybody. That small technical issue has been ironed out, and we are back in the game. It will be Wessel to throw in the middle of this first leg of the contest.
40.
Again, it's their first meeting of the week. They've both had their respective days off, so they will be playing for the rest of this remaining weekly league.
100.
In that weekly league, Wolfie's got 2 points, and Wessel Nijman has 6 from his efforts on
96.
Tuesday evening. He has a bit of catching up to do because Dave Evans is flying at the minute after a couple of brilliant days on 14 points.
60.
And he's currently 4 points ahead of Kyle McKinstry. But both of those players at the top are yet to have their day off, so
117.
time to go and lots of darts to be thrown. Martin failing to get the 54,
98.
but sets up tops beautifully. Martin won the bullseye, so
134.
this will be for a nice steady hold to start the evening off. Pressure on the double 10.
Game in 3.
What pressure? The approach was made by Wessel Nijman, who got the 134 to leave double 9. To
140.
no avail. Wessel played pretty well yesterday. He was involved in a titanic tussle with what is his old friend Dave
97.
Evans now. It was 5-4 to Dave Evans, and Dave was 4-1 up. Wessel came back to 4-all.
140.
Missed one match dart in the end at double 18. It was not far away. Evans might have got 8 points yesterday, but he was tested on a couple of occasions
60.
by Fallon Sherrock and by Wessel Nijman.
180.
Wessel finding that lipstick with the same sort of regularity that we've seen from him over the last couple of weeks. But this is a special leg.
100.
A couple of 140s followed by a 180. He's got a huge 203-point lead.
Game in 2.
Strolled to the finish line and does so in 11 darts. Wonderfully done. And I was having a little gander at Martin Adams' career before we came on the air this evening. And it's littered
140.
with title wins. Everybody talks about his 3 Lakeside World Championships, of course, and his 3 World Masters. But the most
1, 3,
impressive
4.
thing for me, apart from those, is some of the gaps between the first time he's won a title and the last time he's won one. Take the British pentathlon, for instance. He first won it in 1994, and then the last time he won it was in 2011.
100.
17 years apart. Quite incredible. Almost as incredible
140.
as defending arguably the biggest open in the world, the Dutch Open, not once, but twice.
180.
He's won it a total of 4 times and defended it twice. And that's an Open that gets over 3,000 people entering it. Martin failing to get the 51 for a chance to take out the 1-2-1, and Wessel, courtesy of brilliant scoring again, has a chance of a 12, and it's double 5.
Game in 3.
And it's a wonderful 12 to follow up the 11 from the last leg. That average has just gone into the telephone number range.
$77.
Another astounding statistic is that these guys are well over 40 years apart in age.
140.
One of my favourite things about this wonderful game is the fact that you can get children of a great standard, playing against legends of the game
58.
like Martin. That's what we have here. Someone starting their career and someone continuing it towards his pension age.
100.
Well, if Wessel keeps playing like this, he's going to be hard to stop tonight.
99.
He's trying to follow up what was an amazing performance by Dave Evans to beat Mike Warburton last night, in the last game of the night, averaging 113 and finishing the evening with an 11 darter.
85.
Martin's fighting really well, giving himself roughly a ton lead here.
83.
He still has the advantage of throw to potentially break back and level things up.
136.
And that's exactly how you set up totals from 176. Textbook stuff from Wolfie.
180.
And he just knew that Wessel Nijman was going to leave double two when those first two 60s went in.
Game in 1.
But it's to no avail. And if the darts of this evening are going to be like this, you are in for a treat. I know there's a lot of people out there who wish that Martin had
81.
switched to the PDC at some point. He did play some PDC majors back in 2001, and he was quite successful. He made the semi-final of the World Match Play at Blackpool,
140.
and he also made the quarter-final of the World Grand Prix later that season. The astounding thing for me is that in tournament earnings, he has never hit £1 million
100.
in his illustrious career. No,
100.
ifs and buts were candy and nuts. We could talk about the ifs and buts all night, but I admire Martin's loyalty. And what he's done
180.
doesn't detract from what he has done in the game. That 180 has sent a message to Wessel Nijman to say, I'm not going away. You can hit 12s and 11s all you
100.
like, Sonny Jim, but I'm not going away. Advantage Adams again. Tremendous second
100.
dart. Took all the pressure off trying to find the 60 with the last dart. All he had to do was float that last one over the top to lead tops again.
116.
Very close on the 161 for Wessel though.
Game in 1.
Martin breathes again and he takes it out in 13. What quality we've had in this match so far.
$58.
Just get the feeling that the further we go into the week, the players will just keep improving. And if Dave Evans improves, watch out, everybody.
80.
We had some great moments already this week with 150 check out of Fallon Sherrock last night, which was a huge highlight. The big average from Dave Evans in the last
134.
game. The game between Martin and Fallon on Monday, that was quite something. Who's going to get the game of the night tonight? Could be this one.
140.
If Wessel doesn't find more trouble, he might be in
96.
trouble here. 140 for Martin will give him the advantage.
$180.
He goes all in, and he's definitely got the advantage now. That 180 following a 140 to leave 101 after 9.
96.
And as good as Wessel's played in this game, not quite good enough at this stage. You might have to take out this 117, but it's all in the hands of Wolfie. He might deny him a shot at it.
85.
Not quite. And I get the feeling Wessel's going to have to hit this 117.
$87.
He's got a 7, but it's the wrong one. He needed the 57. For 4-2, Martin needs double 8.
No score.
He will wonder how that second dart did not go in. Must have been kissing the previous dart and the wire of the double 8. Two
Game in
15s. And he survives a couple of missed shots from Wolfie Adams. And it's 3-3. The drama continues in the first game of the evening. Next game will be
41.
Alan Sherrock against Kyle McKinstry, and that will be their third meeting of the week. McKinstry is 10 legs to 4 up on Sherrock in their 2
85.
meetings. So Fallon will be looking for a better start tonight. She was very competitive last night, but only picked up 2 points. Could have got another 2 off Dave Evans, but she missed double
100.
16 for 160. Steal that away. Who's going to get the first 2 points of the night? I am none the wiser right now.
99.
Wolfie would love to half his score here.
140.
Take the 140 though. Good advantage. It's disappearing though.
180.
It's evaporated. Martin needs one of those himself to lead tops.
140.
Not bad at all. And Russell Nijman looking to take out a shot that Dave Evans hit last night on 2 double tops.
57.
Equal score. And this is a huge, huge moment in this match. 2 10s for Wolfie.
Oh, 75.
Holds the last start into the single 5 and offers Wessel Nijman the opportunity to lead. One dart at tops. Can he see enough of it?
60.
The answer is no. Here, it flick into that second dart flight. Because Martin split the double 5, you'd only get 2 darts for the leg.
3.
And neither of them have hit their target. So Wessel Nijman is dodging bullets in this one.
Game in 1.
It was all about the quality, but it's the misses that bring the drama. And all of a sudden, it's Wessel Nijman with a 102 average who leads 4-3. It's been a little bit fortunate in this game, Wessel, but you will have your hand off
45.
for one more leg in this contest. All of a sudden, it's Wolfie who needs a brace to find himself with a couple more check marks in the league.
100.
Again, Martin hasn't won a game in the league this week since the very first game on Monday night.
140.
Started that night with 7 consecutive legs, winning 5-0 and taking the first 2 against Dave Evans. But then Dave went ballistic,
95.
and Martin will be looking to claw his way back into this one and stop the rot.
100.
Solid ton from Wessel gives him a 90 advantage. Martin's not going to get to a finish.
100.
He may need a mistake from the Dutchman if he's going to get a chance.
84.
Well, it was going to be a mistake until the last dart. He's left himself 132, a check out which Fallon hit in her first game. Her first leg, sorry, against
138.
Mike Warburton yesterday. Can he get it for the match? Same route, almost the same result.
107.
Martin knows that this has got to go. One dart in his hand, a double 16.
36.
Only just off its target, and that has been the tail of the tape in this game. Just a couple of missed doubles from Martin. It's double
Game in
8,
2.
and it's all over. Wessel Nijman did dodge a couple of bullets in that one, but overall, he probably was the slightly better player. 2 more points for the Dutchman. He goes on to 8 points in the league. Next, it's Sherrock McKinstry 3 for the week. Who's going to come out on top? Join us very shortly. Well, we're back and it's match number 2 of A Night at the Darts, brought to you by Motorsports. And it's going to be Fallon Sherrock against Kyle McKinstry. They played each other a couple of times this week, and both times Kyle has come out on top. Fallon looking for a much better start to Wednesday evening. Bowling up now. Fallon gets a 25.
25.
Equalised by McKinstry.
Outside.
Fallon has a chance to get the throw.
25.
And she does so.
All the best.
Mission number 1 accomplished.
Okay.
Well, Fallon last night was playing some great darts. There was an improvement in her play, I feel, last night, but only after she was beaten by Kyle McKinstry in the second game of the night, 5-0. So maybe that woke her up a little bit, and she'll be looking to have hit the alarm clock a little bit sooner
99.
tonight. She doesn't want to be drubbed, and she doesn't want to get another defeat by the Northern Irishman to make things difficult for herself in the table. She's still second bottom, 2 points above Martin Adams, but Martin's had his day off, so
134.
he will play one more day, then Fallon for the rest of this week. But she started pretty well the first leg here. It's a really good sign. 128 after 9. Double 10.
Oh, 108.
Only the width of a wire away from starting with a 12 darter, which is exactly what she did against Warby yesterday on a 1-3-2 out.
60.
There's a pattern emerging with Fallon. She loves a big finish. Doesn't like double 10 or double 5 at this juncture. And she's left herself on double 2, and Kyle has an outside chance here to steal this first leg away. He's not really been in it until now, but he could get it with tops.
76.
Not quite, but a very good effort.
41.
And Fallon survives, taking the first leg. She's not going to be bageled like she was yesterday.
$123.
McKinstry's definitely a lot more assured and comfortable with the format here on day 3, I feel. Definitely used to all of the little complexities with playing A Night at the Darts. Playing with an earpiece and playing with no opponent in the room.
100.
Does take a little bit of getting used to. Kyle's been playing top level darts for about 5 years now. He had the World Masters last 32 in 2015. Also played for his country. And started to play a little bit more on the circuit after that. Winning the England Open and the Hull Masters. And twice the Northern Ireland Open in his BDO tournament career. And of course, a challenge tour has come his way as well in the PDC. But there are big things ahead for him.
121.
And so far in this match, McKinstry's had a lot of 1-2 somethings. So he's just got to sharpen up on that third dart, maybe.
180.
Full house from Fallon to get herself to a finish. That's McKinstry first to a double.
35.
For the second leg in a row, he's just over the top of tops. Can Fallon take out the 146?
114.
She's not far away from these big finishes. She wears a 128, then wears a 146.
20.
And that exhalation from Kyle McKinstry tells you that he's missed on tops and tens, and Fallon returns for 32. Is she blocked?
16.
She's overpitched. You can see from the angle of entry of that dart, she had to go way to the left to find some open bed.
20 shot, 3 darts.
And the Northern Irishman finds the green bit and dodges a few bullets of his own in that second leg to equalise at 1 each. Could easily have been 2 legs to 0 up Fallon Sherrock.
100.
But on Monday night, when Kyle was playing against Fallon, he did have a lot of missed doubles.
60.
Doesn't want that to happen tonight because he's in with a very good shout of winning this league this week. He's had a decent start, 10 points from the first 2 nights.
99.
I defy anybody who doesn't enjoy watching Fallon Sherrock play, whether it be on the big stage or online. She is box office stuff. Great talent. She doesn't make silly mistakes with her maths. Again, she has a 1-3-2. She's done that 3 times this week from 302.
180.
Tremendous execution, not only from Fallon there on the 1-3-2, but the 180 from McKinstry. Second but is shy for the 170 shot. Another great effort on the big out. McKinstry sprays into the 5-1 small, and he's done that too much in this match.
42.
What double will it be for Fallon then? It'll be double 18.
72.
72, getting 2 36s. 2 different segments, but it adds up to the right number, and she is back in front. A somewhat old school way of going for 72. There's not many people these days go for the treble 12. And one of the reasons for that is that if you get the single 12 and you then need the single 20 and the tops, if your dart's going upright, you might be blocking the tops. So that's why a lot of people go for treble 16 these days. But Fallon Sherrock likes double 18 so much that she will go that way. Decent averages to start the night.
134.
Fallon averaging 94 plus. Let's see, that's gone up to 95 and
140.
change. Kyle, his average is going up as well, leaving 121 after 9 in this 4th leg. A couple of 140s and a ton.
59.
He's got 6 darts to get it done and equalise the score again. Double 16.
Game shot.
It's a wonderful 3-dart checkout and a cracking 12-darter. That's a real confidence booster for the Northern Irishman, the man they call the Village Man. You can, of course, get in touch with us if you are watching a night at the darts this evening. Modus Darts 180 on Twitter, and Modus, of course, are on Instagram as well, and Facebook.
140.
Cracking game so far. Plenty of those this afternoon, with 3 players getting 6 points. Richie Edhouse getting 6, Justin Smith getting 6, Jared Cole getting 6,
67.
Keelan Kay coming up dry, and Jose Justicia only getting 2 for the 2nd day in a row. It was Justin Smith who came out on top for the day with the leg difference. He'll be joining the daytime team tomorrow. And Chris Mason will
44.
be commentator for a night at the darts for the rest of the week as we swap chairs. Following on to leave double 18, and she does. That's the only number that crept into her head when she was on 216. Tremendous, tremendous approach.
140.
She's under pressure though. This game is getting better and better and better and better. And it just got better for Fallon to take a 3-2 advantage. This is a cracking game so far.
$81.
McKinstry was saying yesterday that he got Fallon at the right time when he beat her 5-0. Has he got her at the wrong time this evening? She looks a lot sharper and a lot more ready for the challenge of the Northern Irishman. You will see a lot of games played at the same time. And this is the third time they've played each other in the second game of the night. So they should be used to it by now.
99.
When Fallon returns, you'll see her go 19s first.
140.
And she's going to need to hit plenty of them if she's going to stay in touch in this leg. Might go back up top now.
58.
Looking very likely to be a level game once more. Everything going with the throw.
100.
Nice setup from Kyle, who's on tops after 12.
180.
Pressure's on. Pressure applied by the Queen.
30.
Double five does not come to his aid this time. And Sherrock has a chance on tops. It's 10s.
55 and 3.
And it's in. 4 legs to 2. And Sherrock is now the favourite to get the 2 points in this game. If she was to get 2 more points, it would put her on 6 for the week.
58.
Who's to say she won't continue this type of form and get more than what she's got on an individual night so far this week. It was 2 points on Monday, 2 points yesterday. You have to remember, though, the job is not done yet.
100.
The quality of the players we have in this field, nothing is assured.
58.
Make no mistake, these guys really respect Fallon's ability. They know how dangerous she is. Stuttered somewhat in this leg.
140.
And Kyle takes the score lead in this leg. As Fallon seems to be drying up on the trebles, but she finds an incredible adjustment.
$99.
Good last start from Kyle. Gets him to 104. It's his advantage. He should be first to a double.
40.
But that 140 changes everything. Now this 104 has to go.
Game shot. 3
And
dots.
it does. Just when Kyle McKinstry is asked a very, very big question, with his opponent sitting on 47 for the match, he goes and takes out a ton plus checkout. What does that tell you about Kyle McKinstry? It tells you an awful. It means he's got class. And it means he's got those kahunas.
$97.
Good start on his throw as well. At the worst, Fallon will throw first in the last leg, which she'll be writhing inside thinking, why didn't he give me a shot at the 47? That was my chance to beat you 5-2. There is no defence in darts. You have to stand by and watch your opponent do what they do. It's one of the reasons we love it. Excellent 140 from Fallon. She needed a minimum of 2 trebles there just to stay within a small chance of winning the match in this leg.
60.
Only 60 from Kyle gets him to 150. She's got to be smart here.
100.
That may be the first tactical error she's made all week, because the second dart should have been south. And now she's on no finish.
136.
That's an interesting setup from Kyle McKinstry to lead double 7. It's going to have to go.
One, two, three.
Double 7 to stay in it.
James shot, 1 dart.
Wow, 1 dart. This guy is nerveless. He needed 104, he took it. He needed double 7, he took it. No mistakes. I get the feeling that Fallon can't make any mistakes in this leg, otherwise McKinstry's going to have it.
Sorry.
That could be the mistake that Kyle's been waiting for. Earlier in the match, he was spraying the darts left and right.
9.
And as the nerves kick in a little bit, Kyle cannot answer with something bruising.
180.
But that is going to hurt McKinstry. He scores 9, she scores 180 and gives herself a huge lead.
140.
It's a puzzling game sometimes, isn't it? You start with 40, then you get 180. And your opponent gets 9, then a 140.
45.
It's a game of ups and downs right now.
41.
Who's going to hold it together? 75 in front. Fallon Sherrock.
97.
Huge treble 19 to get to a finish first. You can see by the averages, it's been a very good game.
57.
Mid-90s averages, and Fallon almost 96. But 6 darts from 139. I don't blame her for going the 39 route there. But look what she's left.
103.
She's left double 18. And Kyle needs a lot of mistakes from Fallon Sherrock. She's on a favourite
134.
double. But she can't miss it.
36 and 1.
And she doesn't. That finishes a fabulous game of darts where there was some really good, tough fighting stuff from Kyle McKinstry. But ultimately, Fallon Sherrock had enough in the locker to get the 2 points. It's the first time she's beaten Kyle McKinstry this week. That is a sign of what we're going to get for the rest of the night. The next game, Dave Evans against Nijman. Don't miss that. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Next match of the evening, match number 3 of night number 3. Dave Evans, our league leader, against Wessel Nijman, playing his second match of the night. It's going to be Dave to throw for the bullseye first.
$25.
$25.
Both get 25. Going to be Wessel's turn to go first.
Outside.
And a chance for Dave Evans to take the throw, which could be key because yesterday's game was as tight as it gets.
All the best, Wessel.
These guys know each other so well. Played each other an unbelievable amount of times over the last 4 weeks. But yesterday was one of their better meetings. Evans 4-1 up. Nijman coming back to 4-4
60.
and having 76 left. Hitting 2 single 20s and wiring the double 18 to get the win. And Dave Evans survived and took the 2 points. And that started his night very well. And he didn't relinquish any points to anybody throughout the course
99.
of Tuesday evening. Possible total of 16 points in 2 days, and he gets 14 of them. Only one defeat, and that was to Mike Warburton on Monday night.
$100.
A lot of people out there probably think that Dave will be the favourite for the league tonight, based on performances from the last couple of days, and particularly the one from last night that finished the night, where he got revenge on Warby for his only defeat of the week.
180.
He definitely took it out on poor Mike Warburton. 5-0, 113 average.
100.
Nijman looking to break early.
$46.
Doesn't get there. And I'd say chance for Dave to keep his throw. Went for 6 17s and tops,
48.
but not quite there just yet. Wessel just a little bit sharper
Gave me a 1.
and takes it without any mistake in 16 darts. Could Wessel be the man to be perfect tonight? And if he was to get 8 points tonight, Wessel Nijman, let's remember he's already got 2 in the bank against Wolfie.
1, 2, 3.
He would get to the total that Dave Evans is on now, 14 points. And he's already had his day off for the week, so he would be the aggressor for the rest of the week. Dave has not had his day off, and he will have a day of watching everybody else rack up points and catch him up.
140.
The best thing to do if you're Dave Evans on your day off is probably not to watch, not to put yourself through it. But I know he probably will.
96.
Good use of the treble 19 from Wessel.
60.
Gets himself to a finish first again. It's his turn on a 1-4-2. He goes a different route,
Gave
a
me
more
3.
difficult route. But difficulty? What difficulty? That was a Hollywood type shot. 60 ball double 16 for a 1-4-2 and a wonderful 12 dart leg. Doesn't get much better than that. And if all of the players from tonight are watching that, that's what you've got to beat. You won't see a better finish than that, unless somebody provides something quite spectacular,
100.
maybe in a more finely poised moment.
100.
Is Dave having a 113 average hangover?
$96.
Wessel Nijman not having anything like that because he's averaging north of 105.
100.
Has Wessel, who has started this evening very buoyantly, caught Dave Evans cold.
81.
He'll be displeased with that last dart because he was in with a great shout of a 2 treble visit there.
58.
And Dave is having a lot of visits without one. He's looking to press home the advantage while he's got it.
60.
Another one of those 57s would have left double 18. I have the feeling Dave needs to get a log on the board just to settle in a little bit. Wessel went the same route for his 164, 2 treble 19s. Fails to get any of them. Double 12.
51.
A couple of darts that he would like to forget. Get the treble 13, but the double 12 was not scared. Wessel doesn't get a shot at his favourite double.
60.
You will have expected a shot for the leg, but didn't really scare the 60.
1.
And Dave comes back for double 6 with ease.
$100.
All that double 6 settled Dave Evans into this match and into tonight. Nijman, of course, who played the first game of tonight, he's playing the second game now. His remaining games are against McKinstry.
140.
That's around about 9:20 tonight. That'll be his last game. And then he plays Fallon Sherrock just after 8 o'clock. And she's already registered 2 points against McKinstry. Could be one of those topsy-turvy nights to see who gets the daily title. Right now, you'd be a very brave person to say who's favourite, but maybe, just maybe,
60.
Wessel Nijman, in his current position, would have to be the favourite, based on where he is in this match and the fact that he's already got 2 points in the bank. I was doing the preview before tonight's action, and I somewhat
93.
reluctantly went for Kyle McKinstry. I thought that maybe he was ready to go up a level. I've got egg on my face now because he lost his first match. Single 19 for Wessel to leave double 16.
Gave me 3.
And that is a classy finish. And one of the reasons why people like that route for 108 is because everything is so clustered together. The 57, the single 19, and the double 16, not too far away from each other. And big adjustments don't have to be made. But big adjustments need to be made in the Dave Evans game in this match because he's losing
58.
3-1. Needs more of what he did in the last visit.
140.
That's better. That's more like he was playing last night.
78.
When you're in this position, you're thinking you've got the leg in the bank, but you've got to stay focused. There's no guarantee.
100.
A lot of people on that shot there would have gone 25 with the last start to try and eliminate the bullseye finish.
75.
But the lead is so big for Dave Evans here that he's not going to need the bullseye anyway. But is it double 6 again? It is. Double 6 has come to his aid twice. And he gets within 1 once more, but he needs to break the Dutchman if he's got any chance.
180.
I was saying at the beginning of the week that you get nothing from the voice of Wessel Nijman as far as weakness or even strength is concerned. Everything he says is robotic. Whether he says 26 or 180,
180.
There it is again. The opportunity is knocking at his door for a potential perfect leg.
83.
It's in your hands, young man. What do you have? That's in. That was not far away for a shot at double 12.
85.
It had a little bit of wire on that point. Very, very good effort indeed. But most importantly for Wessel, his advantage is enormous.
180.
Even with that 180, Wessel has got 6 darts from 56.
Gave me 3.
And he gets it with a classy 12 dart leg. Dave Evans has been improving the last couple of legs, but it's just been too much of an assault on his own throw for Wessel Nijman.
100.
His holding ability has been so good. And he will know better than anybody
77.
that even from this position, he cannot fall asleep. Because yesterday when they played, like I mentioned at the start of the match,
180.
it was Wessel who came back from 4-1. Is it Dave Evans now who's looking to put the pressure on as the man from behind?
180.
That 180 response from Wessel is classy, because just when Dave's finding his range, Wessel is answering him back.
81.
Dave will have been hoping that Wessel started missing.
122.
And that 122 is not what he wanted to hear. He wanted to line up a nice ton, but he's gone for the 54 route. Double 16.
108.
Tremendous effort. I think Dave thought that that was his last chance. Could
89.
have been, but the bullseye shot was way south. So Dave survives.
Game in 2.
Gets it in 2. 14 darter. And he gets within 1 once more. Still craving that break of throw. The impenetrable throw of Wessel Nijman.
98.
Can he have the same sort of scoring leg as the last one? Dave Evans. To give himself the opportunity.
81.
Has to stay in touch with him at the very worst.
180.
He's going to need a 180, Dave Evans. He's going to stay in touch. Timing of that 180 is Swiss quartz-like.
140.
Wessel just can't seem to shake Dave Evans off in this match. He's loitering around.
83.
And he leaves the same score that Dave Evans had after 9 in the last leg. And he's going to get 6 for it. A minimum of 6. Averaging 101. He blocks the 60 bed.
100.
But finds a wonderful last start to line up tops. It will be for the match. It will be for 2 points. And it will be to maintain 100% record tonight. Good marker.
Gave me 3.
And there you have it. Wessel Nijman with a 102 average to get himself 4 points for the evening so far out of 2 games. A wonderful display from him. He's going to take some stock and he seems to be on it tonight. Dave Evans only lost 1 match this week up until that point, but he loses this one. Next, it's Wolfie against Sherrock. What's not to like about that? We'll be back in a minute. And we're back with a clash of the England internationals, one from the women's team and one the former England captain, of course, Martin Wolfie Adams. One looking to get their campaign off and running tonight after a loss. That, of course, was Wolfie against Wessel Nijman. Fallon managed to get a win against McKinstry last time out.
25.
25 for Martin.
25.
Responded by Fallon.
Outside.
Chance for Wolfie to take the throw. All he's got to do is get inside the green bit.
Bullseye.
Even better.
Good game.
How do you, Fallon? All the best.
Well, Fallon is going to be feeling very chipper right now as she finally got her UK Open revenge on Kyle McKinstry.
60.
He did, of course, beat her at Minehead last month. Took her 3 attempts, but she's got one over on the Northern Irishman.
40.
And she started very well tonight. She is, of course, up against someone she's already beaten this week. They had a great game around 8 o'clock on Monday
60.
night, which Fallon won 5 legs to 4. And for me, that was the game of Monday night.
60.
These guys have played for England together many, many times. Fallon's been representing England for quite a lot of years, even though she's only 25.
62.
First 180 of the match comes from Fallon Sherrock. Almost starting where she left off in the last
100.
match, where she scored very impressively. Looking to leave double 12.
57.
This comes up short, but will return for that 64. Martin still finding his feet on that treble 20.
140.
Much better, and the pressure has been applied. Tops
44.
is underneath, and from nowhere, Martin can steal this leg away from her. Interesting use of the 13 segment. He's only going to get a shot at the ball. He
54.
must have been confident of getting the treble going that route. A lot of people would say that going the 19s is the best way to go. Fallon needs double 5 with 1 dart left.
15.
And she doesn't quite get there. She could have easily won this leg many times.
9.
She could still win this leg. Martin seems to be going for double 8 with the goalkeeper in there.
5 in 3.
And she's found it with the last dart. Denies Wolfie one more chance at double 8. But yeah, a couple of times tonight, Wolfie's gone for that double 8 and just can't seem to get it in there. You want to hope for his sake that it's not a mental thing on double 8 when you have the start of the evening and you can't seem to get it. Dart players are stubborn. All they want to do is go back to that
60.
segment and get it hit. Fallon holds here, and she will be 2-0 up like she was against Kyle McKinstry in her last match. I'm still getting used to watching Martin Adams play darts without the St. George flights. Just watching the left-hand side of your screen, I wouldn't recognise it was Martin Adams's darts until the jewellery comes into shot.
It's 140.
Everybody changes something in their kit now and again. Even Eric Bristow in his early days wasn't using the glossy, crafty Cockney flights.
140.
Fallon, of course, using her characteristic pink flights. In position
100.
to hold if she can get 4 or 6 19s. She's only got 2 with the first 2 darts, so Martin will have a realistic chance.
62.
.57 required.
49.
Not close on this occasion. And can Fallon polish up her double shooting here and be more clinical?
73.
Yes, she can. First opportunity in a visit at double, and she gets it for a 2-0 lead. I wonder what her odds were of getting 8 points tonight. Based on how she's
60.
played the last couple of days, it may have been long odds. It's not how she played that defined the amount of points that she had. She played very well the last couple of nights, but she was edged out a couple of times in very close games.
90.
Quite incredible how many titles she's won for someone of her age.
80.
Most women in the game, and most men for that matter, look at her CV at the age of 25 and think that's a good career. She's not even started yet.
100.
140.
There's more evidence of that ability to put those points so close together. A world-class 140 from Fallon Sherrock. Martin Adams knows how to construct a big score, though.
140.
He's not really noted for getting the points really close together. He's got this ability of getting the darts underneath, over the top, and side to side.
140.
Takes a bit more time over his throw than most players, Martin. He's very deliberate. He measures his shots. But he's not been able to measure a 1-1-1 checkout.
Yeah, 95. Way ahead.
48 and 3.
And Fallon Sherrock doesn't make a mistake on 48. This time it's a 15 dart leg, and it's a 3-0 advantage to arguably the best lady player in the world. And that is a debate, of course. Everybody
125.
has their own opinion. I have mine, but I'm going to sit on the fence right now and say arguably. I'm sure it is between 3 of them. Mikuru Suzuki,
40.
the 2-time Lakeside Women's Champion. And of course, Lisa Ashton, the first lady to make it onto the PDC circuit via Q School. Interesting to hear your thoughts on that particular subject.
99.
Everybody will have a different opinion, but the good thing is that we're talking about ladies' darts in a very different way than what we used to.
100.
The fact that we have 3 ladies who are legitimately can possibly call themselves the best player in the world, it's not a bad thing.
99.
Also had some tweets in the break about the enthusiasm of the calling of Martin Adams on his scores.
150.
Seems to be very popular with our audience, and we love it too. But the enthusiasm is still there, even though he could be 4-0 down in a minute.
97.
It was a 15 darter last time. Could be a 13 this one. And it is. The average is climbing. After the first leg where it was a bit edgy, the average has climbed to 89. And she has been the better player of the 2. Can she get a 5-0 against the Wolf?
100.
140.
She's playing like she wants 5-0. And that's what you should do when you are 4-0 up in this format. You shouldn't breathe and think, I'll just get it done in a minute. Stay aggressive,
83.
stay focused, and get it done as soon as you possibly can. The switch is good.
80.
Only a small 3 with the last dart offers Martin the tiniest bit of hope.
100.
He tons down, but if Fallon can get 2 trebles, she will be in the driving seat.
58.
Fails to do so. And on Martin's throw, he is favourite to hold, but the job isn't done.
60.
Seems to be a goalkeeper in that treble 20 segment for most of the time for Martin Adams in this match. Doesn't seem to be going his way. No problem for Fallon though. First person under 100. And she is going to get a shot at 83 for the match. This is one of the shots that Dave Evans took out against her last night to save his skin. And he did it in 2. She can only do it in 3. And it has to be the ball.
36.
The line was good. Just under pitched by half an inch.
Game in 1.
And Martin saves his skin. He's still in the match. But he's going to have to win 5 straight if he wants the 2 points. But first and foremost, he stops the bagel.
100.
So he's dodged 1 match dart, has Wolfie. Is he going to have to dodge more in order to creep closer to
44.
Fallon's 4-leg-to-1 score? And Fallon was in this position a couple of times yesterday, and the scoring just seemed to deteriorate a little bit.
45.
She was able to save herself
96.
on a couple of occasions this week, but she's going to have to stay aggressive, and she may need that treble 19 segment a little bit
58.
more if she starts coming up short on the 60.
59.
Only 2 trebles in this leg from Fallon. 1 treble 20 and 1 treble 19. But so far, it's good enough.
140.
There's no quitting Martin. Hasn't had a great leg, but that 140 does get him a little bit closer.
90.
A really tactical piece of brilliance there from Fallon to square the score up to 100 on the 3rd dart switch.
174.
Oh, she's going to have to hit the ton out now. What an approach from Martin. Tops it is. 2 attempts.
102.
Only needs the 1, and Fallon Sherrock gets a 5-1 victory against Martin Wolfie Adams. And that's a 2nd victory over the former England captain this week. Very, very impressive. She's undefeated tonight. Will she go even more undefeated? Will she win a 3rd and 4th game to get 8 points? If you're going to find out, you're going to have to stay with us. Next game, it's McKinstry against Evans, and that one's going to be littered with class. I can promise you that one. Welcome back to a night at the darts, and we have our fifth game of the evening, which will take us to the halfway point. And we do have Dave Evans looking to rebound after a defeat to Wessel Nijman, and also
Yeah, I'm good.
a rebound needed for Kyle McKinstry after a defeat to Fallon Sherrock, who has won both of her games this evening.
Outside.
Outside on the bullseye attempt for Kyle McKinstry,
25.
and Dave Evans will take the throw.
All the best, Dave.
All the best, Kyle.
Well, I had to compose myself before starting because Dave Evans was having me in stitches off the air with lots of airplane
96.
movie references. And you spend a number of weeks with someone, you start to get a
60.
bit lighthearted, but there's nothing lighthearted about this fixture. In wrestling terms, it's Finlay versus Davy Boy Smith.
59.
Hopefully these guys aren't going to be wrestling each other to the floor when we get back to venue darts, but it's impossible for them to do it right now because the Irish Sea's in the way. Both guys will not want another defeat here, because that will mean 2 games down and 2 defeats.
140.
With the day off coming up, Dave Evans will want to rebound fast after a slow start against Wessel Nijman.
40.
Better start from here. Took him 2 or 3 legs to find his scoring range against Wessel.
85.
And luckily for him, he's got the darts and he's held on to them in the first 12 darts of this match.
82.
Gets himself south of 70, so should be no bullseye finish required.
81.
You'd love 2 darts for the leg, but we'll only get 1.
Game in 3.
But it's all he needs. That's a lot sharper than he was in his first game of the night. Only an 18 darter, but as long as he gets the full stop on the leg, who cares how many it takes.
100.
Now, yesterday, Evans and McKinstry, there was a
137.
4-leg gap in their game. Evans winning 5-1 and playing some majestic darts. It wasn't his best game of the night, though. He saved that for the very last game of the night. McKinstry, though, has been competitive this week, but has let a couple of games slip. Currently, Evans is on 14 points for the week. McKinstry on 10, but Wessel Nijman is closing in on them. Nijman has equalised the McKinstry point tally after his win against
96.
Dave Evans in his second match of the night. He will play next in a fascinating encounter where the battle of the unbeaten players, Nijman and Sherrock, will go head-to-head after this one. Only 60 from Dave offers the possibility of 6 darts from 126. Double 6.
114.
Excellent effort. It was point on the wire, that double 6. Double 16 for the 149.
170.
Oh, that was so close. So close.
Game shot. First dart.
Brilliant effort and no hesitation from Kyle McKinstry to get back to the board and get that double 6 hit. That is a sign of someone really wanting to compete. And
50.
when you are getting back to the board quickly, I think it's a positive sign of someone who is playing well. Someone who is not playing well tends to take an extra 1 or 2 seconds to compose.
$125.
I think it's interesting also to see the players, whether they twist their board after one night of playing
60.
in the league, or they keep the same treble no matter how battered it is. You can see Dave has kept exactly the same board this week.
180.
And one of the reasons why, maybe he just has an affinity with this board. But Kyle He's already
85.
twisted it a couple of times. He wants a fresh treble 20 every single night. Double 10.
Game in 3.
Oh, what a 6-dot conversion that is from Dave Evans. 317 in 6 darts. Try that at home if you can. It might take you a while. That was world class.
140.
This game is warming up really, really nicely.
43.
81.
Backing up the 140 with a 1 triple visit. It is enough at this point
58.
as Dave struggles for trebles in the 4th leg. Definitely seems like these guys are playing better on their own throw and failing to capitalise against the throw thus far.
96.
Fine margins between these guys, but it's definitely been
140.
Evan who's been sharper this week. Most of the time, he's been more consistent than you would expect him to be because he's been
94.
playing in this format for the last 3.5 weeks. McKinstry, 80 away from 2-2.
40.
Well, if you're going to miss tops, you're better off missing it high and returning for that target. You don't want to be splitting doubles,
140.
making things more difficult for yourself. But Evans is clawing his way back, just in case.
Game shot, 3 darts.
But it doesn't matter. And the 3rd dart does glide off that 2nd barrel and make the game 2-all.
100.
Can McKinstry mount a charge against the throw now? Is he ready to kick?
180.
There's your answer. He's got the darts. Mission 1 accomplished. Now he's got to keep them.
60.
Not what he was hoping for.
140.
Dave Evans' ability to squeeze those darts together was evident there. I thought that segment was blocked.
131.
Great switch to the 51 to leave a better finish.
139.
1 treble required for the 130, but it needs to go now. Bullseye.
105.
He scared it. Will Dave Evans scare the double? That's double 16.
Oh, yeah. 46.
Evidently not happy with that. But it's double 8 for McKinstry. And it's his turn to be exasperated because he's missed 2. But it's probably more important for McKinstry that because that was to break the throw. Evans is missing though. Oh, and he's got it in 3. That's going to sting Kyle McKinstry. He had his chances. He's failed to do it. And the 5th consecutive hold does take place.
120.
96.
Had some great players playing a night of the darts and the Icons League, of course, over the last 3.5 weeks. The likes of Rimmer van Barneveld.
58.
Guest appearance from Phil the Power Taylor was a huge highlight. Andy Jenkins had a great
44.
3 weeks. I've, of course, had Mark Webster play and commentate, and that's exactly what I'm doing this evening.
59.
Not at the same time, of course. It's a privilege to play in the afternoon sessions over the last 3 weeks. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Now,
100.
Dave on 303 Knows that he needs to go 19s first. Gets a 57 to start. The possible combination approach.
133.
He lines up the 170. Another one for Kyle. For Bull. Ooh.
139.
I think he's getting closer to that bullseye. That's 2 attempts, and twice he's been super, super close.
85.
But what he can't afford this time is the 2 misses at double.
17.
And he's done it again as Dave Evans halved his score in his last visit. Can he get an 85 with a double on the end?
Oh, that's rubbish. 48. 54.
Well, you heard what he thought of that shot at the bullseye.
Game shot, 3
The
darts.
opportunity of Dave Evans breaking has gone. And double 4 with the last start again. It seems to have been the tail of the tape in this game. Last start conversions.
99.
It's 3-3. And all 6 legs have gone on throw. Could have one of those games where there's no breaks at all. And if that's the case, it will be a Dave Evans victory.
$99.
These guys have mixed it at some of the same tournaments over the last couple of years. They both went to Killarney for the Republic of Ireland
42.
Open and the Killarney Open back in November. Having a little bit of success, but both of those titles went to Mike Warburton, who is having his day off today from
58.
the night at the darts.
140.
McKinstry gives him a 1 dart advantage in a leg that if he can win it, he will break. But as soon as I say that,
140.
Evans replies with the same score.
82.
A much needed switch to get himself within the finish that requires only 1 treble, but it's out of his hands.
Game in 3.
Didn't even get a look at it because of that 105 out from Dave Evans, who takes a 4-3 lead and keeps that streak of 7 holes going. Seems like all of the pressure in this game has been on the shoulders of Kyle McKinstry. As soon as Dave Evans held in the first leg, it was up to Kyle to respond in kind every time. And there have been opportunities for breaks, but they've all been missed. There have been more opportunities for Kyle than for Dave. He only had 1 shot at the bullseye.
44.
But has the pressure told? Has Evans got a kick in him to break the McKinstry throw and win the match?
180.
There may be your answer.
140.
But he's not going to give up, is he? These guys are delivering a great contest.
100.
It will be 1-2-5 for the game when he returns. He will look at the bullseye, or will he?
41.
He doesn't have to. Now we can pick his route. That's a 3, so things are getting a little bit sticky, but the 60 helps him out. Oh, the second 2 darts. Right out of the textbook. He'll return for a 13 darter
60.
and a 5-3 victory, and the only break of throw of the entire match.
Oh, come on. 16.
But missing all 3 has invited Kyle to come back in. No shot at tops. Only 2 19s hit instead of the 4 that he needed.
Game in
Deep
1.
breath from Dave Evans, and that does get the job done. He gets his first win of the night, and Kyle McKinstry will have to wait for his first victory. He will be back a little bit later on, but the next game tantalizes. Nijman, Sherrock, both are undefeated. One of them, that will change. in the next match. Stay with us. Right, let's start the second half of the night, shall we? It's a night at the darts brought to you by Motorsport. And the sixth game of the evening is a battle of undefeated players. One of their streaks is going to be broken, and it's the two youngest players in the league who are going to go at it. Nijman
Outside.
against Sherrock. We'll begin right now. First, it's the ball to see who goes first. And both of them go outside the 25.
$25.
Over the whistle,
Outside.
who goes outside once more. Is it
Okay.
going to be Fallon's
Oh,
night? It's conceivable that if she wins this game, she could win the daily table, but there's still a long way to go. After playing Wessel Nijman here, her last game of the night is against Dave Evans, who's just picked up his first win of the night against
60.
McKinstry, 5 legs to 3. I'm not sure that Fallon feels any pressure to perform and win the daily table or potentially win the weekly table. I think she's the kind of player who just wants to play her best in every single game,
140.
and whatever happens beyond that is out of her control, really. One dart at a time, it's the best way to be.
180.
It added up to a maximum there. Gets the advantage of throwback.
38.
Whistle has started a bit of a topsy-turvy leg here, 61, 40, 38.
69.
146 is left by Fallon, and early on in the night she missed that on double 16.
96.
Whistle cleverly leaves a finish from 263. Fallon went the same way for the 146, but this time the treble 18 does not go in. She does leave tops after 15, which is strong.
$97.
Whistle leaves a 2-darter just in case Fallon misses,
41.
but she doesn't. Steady 16-dart start. And now the pressure's on Whistle to respond. They did play each other yesterday,
134.
and it was Whistle who came out in front, 5 legs to 3. And he was a little bit shaky at certain points in the game,
180.
but he was too much then. Sherrock was too much there. The quality has been ramped up already in the second leg of the contest.
39.
Well, you've got to hit a 1 at some point.
81.
You might as well get it out of the way, Fallon. 81 to back up the 180 is okay at this point. But how Wessel would love
134.
to have an undefeated night, get all 8 points to put himself towards the top of the table for
100.
the weekly prize.
$100.
Steady ton. But maybe Sherrock is the favourite. Doesn't quite have the ability to sneak that dart underneath the first one, but lines up tops. This time after 12. In the last leg it was after 15. And Wessel needs 19 in bull. The guide was good, but the attempt at the bull was just undercooked.
41.
And tops is good again for a 2-0 lead for Fallon Sherrock. I think the message in this game is don't leave her on tops, because she's going to hit it. Arguably her worst visit of the match so far. And Wessel is going to punish.
140.
She's got so many fans across the world, has Fallon.
180.
Some of them very, very famous indeed. People like Billie Jean King. She was somewhat
100.
disappointed that she didn't get a tweet from Katy Perry. I think she said that that was her ultimate goal, to be either followed or be tweeted by Katy Perry. Well, maybe if she wins all 4 games tonight, there may be some sort of social media activity that gets her attention.
55.
She does walk out to a Katy Perry song, of course, called Last Friday Night. She's looking at the 18s there, just to take the 9 off the end of the score. It didn't go according to plan. And Wessel is in position
60.
to get to a finish, but it's not good enough. Still advantage Sherrock on throw in leg 3.
60.
Only 60 though. The scoring has regressed a little bit. But Wessel has been inconsistent in this game so
83.
far. He was unable to get 94 in 3 in the last leg. Can Fallon do it? Somehow she's got to find that bullseye.
69.
So close. She went to the right-hand side. It's very similar to the 1-3-2 she took out yesterday in her game against Mike Warburton. She wasn't able to do it. Double 18 for Wessel though.
45.
His favourite double is not responding. Sherrock is playing better mostly, but she's also getting lucky that Wessel is missing. And she's got a 3-0 lead. She's doing to Wessel exactly what she did to Martin Wolfie Adams in a 5-1 victory against the former England captain.
96.
What's it going to do for a leg difference if she can get a big win against Wessel? She will be favourite to win the lead tonight.
75.
She did say on Monday night that she was having trouble with the dog
77.
barking too much and it was distracting her a little bit. But she understands that everybody's got the distractions when playing at home.
134.
She seems relentless tonight. The amount of 2 treble visits she's getting is worrying for this field.
140.
The good thing about Wessel though,
60.
he's very resilient. We have seen in games over the last 3.5 weeks where he has had a deficit and he has bridged it and given himself chances to win matches from behind. He's going to have to do it again.
60.
Only 60 from Fallon, and it is Wessel to be favourite. But it's not a breaking opportunity, it's only to hold. He has to go 20 ball.
65.
Just doesn't seem to be happening, and this 122 could break Wessel's back. Bullseye.
122.
Oh, that's going to sting Wessel Nijman. That's another break of throw, and it's a 4-0 lead for the female superstar. 93.94 on the average. That's exactly 16 darts per leg. Very handy indeed. 64 darts for 4 legs. She get it done 5-0. The leg difference will go through the roof. She's already got a leg difference of +5. This would make it 10. She can't afford to take her foot off the pedal.
180.
Oh, the shackles off Wessel Nijman now. Has he relaxed? Knowing that all of the pressure is now firmly on Sherrock to get the job done.
77.
And there's the luck turning as well. That collided into the flight and then collided with the floor.
60.
So she's going to have a leg off. She's want to do it on the Wessel Nijman throw, not her own, which this is.
Oh no. 26.
Even she can see the funny side of it now and again.
134.
Wessel definitely the better player in this leg. Fallon's scoring has disappeared. Best score of 77. Maybe the white flag has been waved in this fifth leg.
35.
No doubles hit for Wessel Nijman in this match so far, and the closest one he had was at the bullseye.
98.
It was a whisker away. The double 16 shot last time out was not good. That one's right on the wire.
16.
He's not able to adjust. Can Fallon do the job on the Della? The answer is no. Looking for a different angle to try and leave 38, but she's gone for the 18s on the last dart, sensibly.
Game in 1.
And Wessel gets on the board and avoids a whitewash. To break a throw, he's going to have to do that twice more and hold twice more if he's going to somehow get 2 points and stay undefeated. Otherwise,
140.
the superstar Sherrock will go forward with 6 points and 1 match to play.
96.
So at this point, if you're Sherrock, you're praying for a 12 darter.
60.
Got to stay calm and just do it yourself. No one's going to help you. It's a lonely game as darts. It's a bit like being in a boxing ring without the brutality. All of a sudden, Wessel Nijman seems to be finding big triggers on a more regular basis. Somehow sneaks that third dart into the bottom corner. Sherrock's going to leave 170.
139.
She was hoping to get the 177 to go even further down on the score. But she will have 170 for the match.
96.
What's she going to leave?
60.
110. So Wessel is favourite to hold the throw and get within 2. Perfect first dart.
62.
Fortunately, the double taunting once more. And it's 110 for the match for Fallon. Double 18.
74.
She went the Simon Whitlock route on the 110 to try and leave the 36, and it wasn't good. It was just on the wrong side of the wire, as is that shot at double 4 for Wessel. Can he get ones?
Game in 3.
He can. He denies Fallon 3 darts at double 18, and that's very wise indeed. Because when you do that, you ordinarily do lose the leg, and in this case, it would have been the match.
99.
Two down, 3 to go for Wessel Nijman.
140.
Trading very good blows at the minute. Fallon has not scored well the last couple of legs, but all of a sudden she's woken up.
$45.
And she has a big advantage to press home. She's back in the 60.
140.
Twice. 82 after 9. On the throw of her own to get this done in possibly 11 or 12 darts. For 12.
82 and 3.
And it is there. It's a 5-2 victory for Fallon Sherrock, and she's the one who goes forward with 3 victories out of 3. 6 points so far, and she will have a chance later in the night to go undefeated and win tonight's Daily League. But it's Wessel Nijman getting his first defeat. And next, it is Wolfie against McKinstry. England versus Northern Ireland coming up. Here we are with our 8:30 game, a night at the darts, and it's England versus Northern Ireland, and we have two players desperate for points, not only tonight but in the weekly table as well. Neither player has won this evening so far in a night that's been dominated by Sherrock, who has won all of her 3 games and consequently has 6 points and a chance to win the daily table if she
Outside.
beats Dave Evans, and she still has a chance to win it even if she doesn't win that match.
Outside.
But more importantly, right now, it's Wolfie against the Village Man.
Outside.
Another player scaring the ball right.
25.
But Martin gets closer on this occasion. He has the advantage.
All the best, Carl. How do you, mate?
You do wonder sometimes in these league formats, when you go a couple of games without a victory, does the pressure mount
100.
a little bit to get that elusive victory? Or does the pressure dissipate a little bit and just make you relax, saying, well, maybe it's not my night.
60.
I'll just let my game do the talking and forget about the points tally for a game and just see if I can get it done. Be interesting to get the insight of the players at this point, but they've got
100.
bigger fish to fry than do an interview with us right now. They've got to play the game and try and get the points.
41.
The weekly table makes interesting reading. Wolfie still only on 2 points. He has lost 5 games in a row now since the first game of the week.
60.
McKinstry's on 10 points, which is now exactly the same as Sherrock, who, getting 6 points tonight, has got herself on that mark of McKinstry. Nijman's on 10 points, and Dave Evans is still top with 16.
140.
Great 140 there from Martin to get to a finish first. Steady leg from him. Veering into the 501. A couple of tons of 60 and a 140. Nice and steady. Double 12 for a 15 darter.
77.
A positive effort. It's taking Kyle a bit of time to get into this game.
134.
That's a little bit better. But Wolfie should finish this off. That's the perfect marker.
Game in 2.
And perfectly used to hold in the first leg. Well, 17 darters used to be known as quite a handy leg. But with the way the standard has gone the last few years, they're seen as steady at best. Everybody expects to win legs in 15 and under. It's just not meant to be all the time.
80.
It seems like Martin is putting his foot to the floor a little bit, and maybe he is craving 2 points.
58.
A bit like a wolf walking through the forest in need of meat.
$95.
And when he returns on 226, he will hope he can convert that in 6 darts.
93.
Double switch from Kyle. Successful. But he has lost his throw. Accentuated by the effort of Martin.
140.
And he gets the 140 I predicted. Well, not so much predicted, but he hoped he would get it. He has delivered.
100.
It will be 86 to break in 12, possibly 11. 11 is still possible.
Game 2.
It is an 11. It's a wonderful leg of darts.
Cheers, Carl.
Maybe Kel McKinstry is thinking, this just isn't my night. And it's all because I tipped in before the night began. Just goes to show. Never listen to the asset.
80.
Things could have been different for Kyle if he'd have got over the line against Fallon Sherrock, but she was too strong, beating him 5-4. And then against Dave Evans just hit him really hard in a good quality game.
140.
107 average from Wolfie.
96.
And maybe he's just had enough of defeat. 5 defeats in a row. He's had enough of that. He wants to taste victory. Lovely slider dart over the top into the 60.
100.
Not sure there are many players in the world who can do it as effectively as Martin, where he just slides that dart a tiny little bit over the top. I think maybe Terry Jenkins is the best I've ever seen do that. But Martin's been doing it just as effectively for the best part of 30 years.
60.
Only 60 to get a 1-2-1. And Kyle needs to stay in that red bit.
140.
Still advantage Martin, you feel. Will he get a shot at the ball? He won't. This is really the first sniff for Kyle
57.
to get on the board. Maybe he needs something like this to get him going. Tops it is.
Game shot. 3
Oh, and that will get him going. That's a lovely conversion from Kel McKinstry.
Excuse me.
Gotta respect stuff like that because he's getting pounded by Wolfie. And then when he gets one small option, it's 107 and it is taken out. Shows his class. Shows his mettle.
28.
It was a break of throw as well, which is vital in these short format matches. Just imagine in Martin's career, in the early part of his career in the late 80s and early 90s, traveling to huge tournaments around Europe, donning that England shirt and having to play best of 5 legs in foreign
45.
countries for your bread and butter. That's pressure. Nowadays, you play on the Pro Tour, you play a best of 11 match for £500. Yeah, £500 back then,
60.
you probably had to win the tournament.
$59.
He's a very interesting man to sit and have a chat with, Martin Adams. I've had the privilege of working with him at Lakeside on the commentary
96.
team and the punditry squad, and some of his stories are fascinating. Get the feeling
97.
his story is not fully written. Still another chapter to go in a Hall of Fame career. McKinstry's is only beginning.
55.
Scoring seems to have dried up a little bit from Martin, whereas it was a little bit explosive
58.
at the start of the match. It's somewhat petered out to 1 treble visits as opposed to 2 or 3.
$41.
And that's the exact dart he did not want at the end of that visit. He would have wanted to get to 130 bare minimum. He hasn't even got to
64.
140. But luckily for him, Kyle has not taken advantage with no 3-figure score in this leg after 18 darts. The 149 is possible though.
117.
Would have been a beauty. The likelihood is he'll still be back. Based on the form of Kyle in this leg, where his best score was 97.
56.
Just hasn't happened. And Wolfie for 3-1 needs 32.
Game 1.
And he doesn't need asking twice. That's a break back from Martin. 2 legs away from getting his first points since Monday evening at around 6:20. It's a long time between drinks for the Wolf.
60.
Been many a survey on social media over the last 4 or 5 weeks about greatest players. Martin, of course, has been featured in a lot of those surveys. But where does his walk-on rank with
58.
you guys out there? Please get in touch with us at MODUS Dark 180, or even myself at the Asset 180. Be interested to hear your thoughts, because
60.
I think his walk-on at the Grand Slam when he graced it for the first time was something quite spectacular.
60.
I think the Wolverhampton crowd were craving an appearance from Wolfie for so many years, and when he finally graced the stage,
100.
we all loved it. And the way he responded to the fans was nothing short of classy. This is classy.
125.
He gets a decent lead in this 5th leg. He's looking good for victory if he can keep doing what he's doing.
134.
Get the feeling Kyle is scrapping right now. It's not one of those silky performances that we've seen from him in the last couple of days. It's one of those scrappy performances where he's really, really searching for stuff. But Martin's making it very hard for him. The exhalation on that treble 17 shot, that would have left him double 18. But if the 58 goes, it could be curtains.
$38.
Just under pitches the top shot. But if Kyle finds it, he'll be back within 1. How is that not gone in? Oh, everything at the same height, everything kissing the wire. Just one of those visits. And Wolfie for double 10.
Game in 3.
Glances it in and gets himself the 4-1 advantage. I think Cal McKinstry has every right to feel frustrated right now because he's throwing good darts within this match, but everything seems to be going on the wrong side of the wire, and every dart player gets that now and again. But it's no easier to take. Your heart feels a bit heavy, your stomach feels a bit empty,
47.
your head feels heavy, and you've got to somehow breathe it out and believe that you can still win the match.
140.
He's going to do it. It's going to be from a 3-leg deficit. He's got to massage his inner Wessel Nijman from last night and bridge the 3-leg gap and give himself an opportunity to win. But he's got to do it 1 leg at a time.
81.
Many mistakes from Martin. He's had semi-mistakes already in this leg. Oh, he's had a Robin Hood there that's fallen on the floor. It hasn't really hurt him. Unless Martin gets a maximum.
140.
140 gets him back in the leg. Back onto the coattails of McKinstry, who has to go bull with a left dart. Gets the ball. With that treble 5, Martin may have needed to be really creative to get to a finish, but why be creative when he can just pound that 60 twice? Double 14. Oh, some effort to try and get within 2, but now it's out of his hands. 98 for Wolfie. Double 12 for the match.
Game in 3.
Oh, he's gone and done it as well with a classy out. A 90 average from Martin Adams, and he is out of the drought. 5 games without a victory, but he has put Kyle McKinstry to the sword, who tonight it just isn't happening for. And if I tipped him, I've done the wrong thing. Unfortunately for Kyle, he only has one match left to try and get points on the board. But stay with us for the next match, which is Sherrock versus Evans. Will she be undefeated for the night? We'll find out shortly. Well, everybody, this is the one you've all been waiting for. Well, maybe for the last 30 minutes, because Alan Sherrock is going for the undefeated record on Wednesday night, at the night of the darts, and Dave Evans is looking to stop her. He's got 2 points on the night. He's got 2 games to go. Of course, this one and the final game of the night against Wolfie.
Outside of 25.
This is Fallon's final match. She's guaranteed 6 points.
Okay, Fallon.
If she wins this, she wins the night. Simple as that. She's also won the bullseye, so she will throw first
90.
in all of the odd numbered legs. And if it comes to it, she will throw first in the last leg. Will it go all the way to 9 legs? Performances tonight from Fallon have a great standard. Picking a narrow victory against the UK Open defeater, Kyle McKinstry. Then a commanding 5-1 victory against Wolfie. And a great performance against Wessel Nijman to win 5-2. Not only have they been winning performances, but by good margins as well. So the leg difference is good. Evans, 2 matches in, a defeat to Wessel Nijman.
140.
And a victory against Kyle McKinstry, who comes dry this evening. And we'll play Wessel Nijman next to try and not be in the same position that Mike Warburton was last night. Fallon back to where she was before, leaving doubles after 12.
99.
She's going to make it very difficult for Dave. Is there enough room? There isn't. She hit the inside of that double 16 wire. And Dave was the expert at stealing legs last night. He could steal again.
In 3.
Oh, we're going to start calling him the robber or the burglar. That was a little bit rude. But it's what you've got to do as a dart player. When you get a chance, you've got to take it, no matter how big or small.
37.
It's not going to hurt Fallon's chances. Ultimately, she has to take responsibility because she did have 3 darts at double 16.
$58.
Dave seems to be playing a little bit faster tonight, unless my eyes deceive me. Fallon with her normal pace, which is not fast, not slow. I'm sure you've all seen her action during numerous competitions she's taken part in over the last few years, where she places the dart high and in front of the right eye.
117.
And then the extension of the arm is technically perfect.
180.
That's also perfect. And she breaks straight back
97.
and wound Dave Evans' chances of stealing the daily title away from her.
131.
Good double switch to get 2 big trebles. But Dave needs double 16.
In 2.
And he's warming up very nicely. Denies Fallon a shot at 74. She's playing very well. But Dave Evans is showing more of that form that we saw in the last game of last evening.
97.
The only mistake she's made so far is those missed shots at double 16.
100.
If it wasn't for the brilliance of Evans, she may be 2-0 up herself. But that's darts. You have to take the rough with the smooth, the ups with the downs. This game is boiling up
99.
at a wonderful temperature. A lovely leave of 130 on throw. Can Dave get himself to a finish from 302?
132.
The answer is yes. perfectly constructed and forces Sherrock to go for it, but she's not able to. 62 remain.
Um, 65.
That's not the end of the world, because she will return for a leg-winning chance.
56.
But only 56 from Dave. Fallon knows that if she misses this, Dave is lurking though.
25.
She has missed, and this is the kind of chance he's been gobbling up. Tops. To do it again.
Game in 3.
To do it again. Fallon is going to be writhing in frustration right now. Dave Evans is a finishing machine.
99.
She'll be thinking, what have I got to do to put him away?
83.
Anything in the finishing zone for Dave Evans is doable right now. And as the night progresses,
59.
seems to me like he's getting better, which is bad news for Wolfie Adams in the last game of the night, and it's bad news for Sherrock right now.
20.
Bad news when that first dart goes in there.
99.
It's so inviting, but he's not able to capitalise. The bright side for him is that he's taken the 5 off the end of his score. If he stays straight with 60s, he's going to be on a very doable finish.
$100.
He does stay straight, but it's advantage Fallon Sherrock on the Evans throw.
58.
Or is it? Because he is on a finish, and we know what he does with finishes.
92.
He's approached very well. And Fallon may have to hit this 80 checkout if she wants to win this match.
18.3.
She has. That's classy. The second dart was lurking very, very close to the 60 to bust the score, but it was far away enough from that tops to leave it clear. And she connects with tops to get her first leg in what has been an enthralling game. Impressive averages, as you can see, both of them putting a flake in it with 99s. It's a very famous lady that said that line, wasn't it? Do you want a flake in it, love? I'm sure she was from the same area of the world as Dave Evans.
$90.
Fallon searches for the treble and gets it on the last dart. So a 1.5 dart advantage.
60.
Still has the throw. Needs to convert, I feel. Can't afford to let Dave Evans get the 4.
56.
This time on the double switch, she is unsuccessful.
$100.
Somehow Dave Evans squeezes that last dart into the 60. That was a forceful effort to leave 114 again. Something that he knows how to hit. As Fallon leaves 36, this could be bad news because it's 114. Oh, the double.
94.
Not quite this time. And Fallon with 3 darts at 36. She goes under.
36 and 2.
But I thought it was inevitable that she'd hit 36 with the double 18, but she's got it with the double 9, and she has got back within 1. Evans still with that valuable break of throw.
96.
I thought that 114 was going to go for 4-1. Just the way he's been finishing in this match so far. A game played with great spirit and respect.
81.
These guys know each other very well.
140.
Sherrock having to play on the front foot and having to be aggressive,
140.
staying with Evans in this leg, only 15 adrift. Unfortunately for her, she hasn't got the throw, and David Evans has got 3 in the green bit. Magnificent 171 from him.
58.
That may have knocked the stuffing out of Sherrock in this leg.
54.
Just needed to set it up and has done to leave 40 after 12. Sherrock is going to leave a finish.
100.
Bare minimum, just in case.
Game in 1.
But just in case isn't good enough. And Dave Evans has been lethal on the finishing aside from 1 double in this match.
100.
You have to commend Fallon the way she's played this evening. She's fought really, really hard for her victories. And arguably, she's played better in this match than all of her other games, which is testament to how Dave Evans has played. It isn't over yet, though.
100.
And if she can find a 3-leg blitz, she will finish undefeated. But it's unlikely from this position.
57.
Yesterday, Evans against Sherrock was probably the best game of the night.
1.
Huge finishes from Sherrock of 150. And other key doubles.
140.
But it was the finishing of Dave Evans at the end of the match that was the standout piece. 87 and 83. 87 on the bull. Got him the contest 5 legs to 4. And Fallon is fighting so hard right now. She gets to 40 after 12. After a leg of 2 tons, a 121 and a 140. She needs to get it hit.
40 and 3.
And she does. Collides with that second dart perfectly and gets herself within 1. With Dave lurking on and out that would have closed out the match.
125.
These guys just know how to serve up a good game. The good news is, regardless of what happens in the next leg or 2, they will play each other again this week.
100.
They did, of course, play on Monday night, and it was 5-2 to Evans. So Sherrock is looking for a first victory against Dave this week.
81.
Still in there fighting. Adrift by maybe half a dart.
76.
140 needed from Sherrock, you feel. 134 would do.
96.
Still in touch. Inching closer. But waiting for mistakes from Dave.
180.
Mistakes that aren't coming. And Evans has pulverised the score to leave himself on 3 match darts to get this job done on double 10.
No score.
And somehow he has missed that double 10 with 2 magnificent guys. Was it blocked? 134 to save her skin, but she's not going to get it. She's having to rely on more mistakes from Dave on that same double that he's just missed 3 times, but I don't see it coming.
Oh, wow. No score.
Unbelievably, going for double 5, he's pulled it to the left, and Fallon has another chance to stay in the match on 76. 2-8.
Oh, nice score.
Oh, she's gone in the wrong one this time. In the top left corner of the double 16, Dave returns to double 10. He returns to double 5. And he's got the job done. He's had to dodge a bullet once more, but Dave Evans does stop the unbeaten run of Fallon Sherrock. And as to who will win the league tonight, we will have to wait and see. Evans will return at the end of the night to play against Wolfie. But the penultimate match, Nijman against McKinstry, is coming up. Fallon's had a fantastic night, though. She will return later in the week. Well, the penultimate game of the night, will it be Kyle McKinstry getting off the mark in the points table for the day, or will it be Wessel Nijman getting 6 points, which would equal what he did yesterday? Both guys about to go for the bull, so let's go down to the boards to find out who will start the match.
25.
Outside.
Good
Off
game.
Pascal.
Good game.
Kyle McKinstry will start us off. And we're all looking at the
86.
complexities of who could possibly win the daily table. Fallon Sherrock has finished on 6 points with a leg difference of +6. Over the course of the next 2 games with Wessel Nijman and with Dave Evans, we will find out
100.
where she stands. She could still win the daily table. That's for another time, though. I don't know how much Kyle covets
98.
getting himself 2 points to make everything feel a little bit sweeter after what has been a frustrating evening for him.
100.
Well, he lost out to Fallon Sherrock in game 2 by 5-4, and then lost out to Dave Evans in a high-quality contest, 5-3, and then somewhat drilled by Wolfie in his best performance of the night, 5-1. As for Wessel,
45.
a couple of wins in the bank. And then against Sherrock, it just didn't go his way. Lost 5-2. Wessel has started pretty decent here, leaving 80 after 12.
40.
This would be to break the throw on double 11.
58.
You have to remember it's just after 9:15 in the United Kingdom. McKinstry, though, on ball.
105.
The ball guy has not been his friend tonight. He's missed it on quite a few occasions. 3 for double 4.
No score.
When he's busted his score, he goes back to 22. So maybe Kyle's getting a little bit of luck late on Wednesday evening.
17.
Just not his night by the looks of it. Very frustrating indeed for him. It's double 1.
20.
And that would have stung McKinstry if he'd have hit it that way. Treble 3, double 1 for 11.
8 shot for a start.
But it wasn't a great first leg, but it is in the bank for McKinstry on the green bit. Yeah, it's just after 9:15 British time, which is exactly what Kyle is playing on. Wessel, of course, is playing in a different time zone. Approaching 10:20 in the evening where he is.
100.
The young man who most of the time usually would work in a sandwich shop.
100.
Interesting to find out what his favourite sandwich would be. He's about 6 stone wet through, so I'm not sure if it'll be a
100.
meatball sub.
$140.
Wessel Nijman, very tall as well for a young man. Coming from the tallest nation on earth, the Netherlands.
140.
And this has been a carbon copy leg. Both players doing exactly the same. Ton, 140.
37.
If Kyle does the 137, it won't be enough. Because Wessel is looking to
65.
pulverise the double 12 for a 13 darter.
Gave me 1.
And he does. Picture perfect double 12 as well, right in the middle. That's a fabulous response to a scratchy opening leg, which he squandered plenty of leg darts in there. Motoring on at a lovely pace this game, and I think that's definitely going to suit Wessel. There's the proof. These guys are not hanging around.
100.
Last game of the night is after this one, and it's an England derby, Evans versus Wolfie. Wolfie getting the long shift tonight, first game and the last game, and 2 in between.
121.
Much better leg from Kyle. All of a sudden, they can't stop hitting 3-figure scores.
96.
Until then. Still not bad. Still 96. Double 10 for a 140 out.
120.
That would have been for a 12 and a 2-1 lead. Wessel, 102 for the break a throw. This would break Kyle's heart.
6.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you could hear from Kyle there the word again. Missed doubles tonight have really cost him.
Gave me 3.
And when it's not your night, your opponent always seems to hit the third dart, which makes it even worse. And that is a break of throw, ladies and gentlemen. Wessel Nijman is the favourite to get the 2 points in this, which would take him on to 6 points, the same as Fallon Sherrock. By my reckoning, though, with a leg difference, even if Wessel Nijman wins 5 legs to 1, he cannot surpass Fallon Sherrock in the leg difference. She is 5 legs ahead of him on +6. And Wessel started this one on +1. So if he was to win 5-1 and go +4 more, that would only be +5, and he would be 1 leg behind. So he cannot win
100.
the daily title. But he can get another 2 points. All he's looking to do right now is compound the misery of the Northern Irishman. It's Fallon Sherrock's day off tomorrow, so no Fallon on Thursday. That's an opportunity for people to overtake her in the weekly table.
93.
And it might be a good thing it's her day off for the opponents of hers, because today she played better than she has all week.
58.
So it stops her momentum. Wessel in position to hold his throw and get to 3-1 up. He has to dodge a very large bullet in the 160.
78.
Decent approach, but Kyle needs mistakes from Wessel, or maybe just one mistake. Will he stay up top? Decided to go tops this time.
56.
If that dart was a little bit higher, the first one, he may have gone 20 for double 18. But it's tops for Kyle.
Okay.
And he's gone next door.
52.
Something you're not allowed to do in lockdown.
Gave me 2.
Double 5 is taken by Wessel Nijman. The same double that Kyle McKinstry just hit, but it was the wrong double. All of a sudden, McKinstry is looking more likely to go,
100.
I'd say back home, but he's already home with 0 points for this Wednesday evening.
85.
It will be testament to the
140.
willpower and the belief of Kyle McKinstry if he can find something from this position. This is where you find out what kind of player you really are, when you have to
23.
go to the mattresses, like they say in The Godfather.
91.
Better leg from Kyle, leaving 170 after 9.
180.
And even with that 180 from Wessel, he cannot get to a finish. So for the first time, maybe, Kyle has a little bit of space
58.
But the likelihood is that space is going to be crushed. And it is going to be crushed.
99.
It's anybody's leg. No treble. And Wessel gets the
88.
opportunity to go 4-1 up. I'm going to check what the Dave Evans took out once and nearly twice in the last game. Doesn't get a shot at tops. So Kyle,
86.
to somewhat stay alive, get within one of Wessel. It's double 12.
Game shot, 1 dart.
I think that's music to his ears. Game shot in 1 dart. Crisp, clean, and nowhere near the outer wires. Perfect shot. Forcing Wessel Nijman to serve this out. This is where it gets interesting.
180.
Because McKinstry, by virtue of that lovely double 12, seems to have found a little bit more confidence in the scoring element as well, because in the last leg, he was much better on the treble 20s.
$85.
Close knit 85 to back up the ton 80.
96.
And he's only 25 behind. 25 no more.
100.
Steady ton to get to a finish first. And you would think that he may have 6 from there.
97.
Then again, he might not, because Wessel's left 114 again.
96.
Kyle lays up for 40 in hope that the 114 does not get plucked. He decided to stay on the 60, but I think he may have been undecided.
44.
Severely pushed that follow-up dart. And Kyle on tops, which has not been his friend tonight. Neither is double 10.
30.
You can hear from that exhalation of Kyle McKinstry just how frustrated he is. As Wessel Nijman has double 16
38.
and doesn't take it out. So he's getting more reprieves now, the Northern Irishman.
Game shot, 1 dart.
And this time it's double 5 that he does want and does get. 3-3. And very importantly, Kyle McKinstry has got the throwback.
58.
I did say that when you're in the kind of position he was in at 3-1 down, you find out what kind of player you are.
180.
On many, many occasions, you will find yourself in that position. So you're always finding out what kind of player you are. He's bridged the gap,
100.
but he's got to keep going.
$57.
He's up against it after 6 darts until now.
140.
$100.
First to a finish, Wessel Nijman, but it's a big one.
57.
And that's exactly what Nijman wanted to hear. No treble. Should get 6 from 164.
45.
But really didn't want that 5. That's invited McKinstry in. He was looking at 257s and 32 at the end.
96.
But 96 might be enough, because 119 is not easy.
99.
Not possible after that second dart hitting the 20. McKinstry can now take the lead. But it's tops and 10s again. I'm surprised he didn't go for 18 for double 16, but he's obviously a tops and 10s guy, and it's really let him down tonight.
Game 2.
And double five seems to have been the pattern of this game. It's been hit by both players, whether it's the right double or not. And Wessel Nijman sneakily gets another break back. And now he can serve it out to win 5-3.
100.
Has he done enough damage to Kyle McKinstry to fall across the line?
100.
Hasn't been one of Wessel's best nights, but he has been accruing points. Played well against Wolfie earlier. And then played excellent against Dave Evans. And just
96.
stuttered a little bit against Fallon Sherrock. He did not play well against Fallon, even though she did play well. He had his moments. But I think
96.
he will be honest with himself right now and say that it's been a scrappy evening for him. He has had better nights when
130.
playing in the league phase.
One 40.
140 takes him to 105. He's in good position, but it all depends on where Kyle positions himself right now
96.
and the pressure he's under. It's decent pressure, but ultimately it's 105 for the match. It's a bullseye.
80.
Good try, but he didn't want to hit that one to start with. It made things ever so slightly awkward. One dart at tops. It's been his nemesis. And it is
59.
again. Once more, one more miss at tops, and Nijman can get the job done on double eight.
Gave me 3.
And he does. 5-3 to Wessel Nijman, compounds the misery of Kyle McKinstry, who comes up completely dry tonight. 4 games, 4 defeats, unfortunately for him. He will return tomorrow to try and put that right, but Wessel Nijman finishes the night on 6 points. Our final game of the night, Evans versus Wolfie, is coming up. final game of a night at the darts here on Wednesday night, and it does have a bearing on the daily winner. It can be won by Dave Evans, but he's got to win, and he's got to win handsomely. First to go for the bull will be Dave Evans, who gets the ball. And if he puts in the kind of performance that he did last night, he will win the daily
Outside.
table.
Okay, Martin.
Good going, Dave.
Current standings in the daily table are these. Fallon Sherrock on 6. Russell Nijman on
93.
6 points as well, but his leg difference is 3 adrift of that of Fallon. Dave Evans needs to win the 2 points here against Martin Adams. And he currently has a leg difference of +2.
95.
So in order to win the table tonight, he has to beat Martin Adams 5-0. 5-1 is not good enough.
84.
Actually, I am just double checking that. I think 5-1 is going to be good enough because Dave Evans beat Fallon Sherrock in a head-to-head.
54.
So he can't afford to lose one leg.
180.
But if he does play like he did last night at the end against Mike Warburton, he won't lose a leg. 113 average will get it done against almost anybody in the world.
90.
Very, very solid start, getting to a finish after 9.
38.
Martin's had a topsy-turvy evening trying to break a streak
100.
of 5 games without a win, and then he stopped that with a 5-1 victory against Kyle McKinstry, who had a miserable time of it this evening. Martin's on a bogey number here, but he can pressurise the 66 of Dave.
91.
Somewhat fortuitously gets the 19 going for the bullseye, which makes things a little bit easier. Only if double 18 doesn't go.
Game in 3.
But it does. A steady 18 dart at the start. Unfortunately for Dave, Wolfie was not up to a 15 dart or better to steal that one away on his throw.
98.
1 down, 4 to go for Dave if he wants to win the daily table. In the weekly table, he is still in front. Hasn't had a day off yet, but 18 points up to now and can get to 20.
97.
Russell Nijman's on 12. Fallon Sherrock is now on 10, as well as Kyle McKinstry. So
140.
Dave Evans could find himself massively in front if he wins another game.
100.
I can't remember over the course of the last 3 weeks anybody having an 8-point gap at the top of the table after Wednesday.
33.
So there'll be some comfort to him going into a day off potentially later in the week.
134.
Good switch from Martin to leave 72. But the 170, is it possible?
90.
Just checking because the second dart was shielded. It could have been in the top left corner, but it wasn't. And Martin's going for that treble 13 to hit a 4 and denies himself a shot at the bull.
32.
How many darts will Dave get at a double? He goes a different route.
52.
Well, both singles were only just inside the 16 segment, so it didn't bode well for the shot at tops. And Martin Adams gets himself a leg on the board. 1-all. Martin Adams gets one more leg, Fallon Sherrock wins the evening.
$49.
I think all Dave really wants right now, as much as he would crave to have a second consecutive daily title win, the 2 points for the weekly title is more important to him.
58.
It does feel better when you win the day. Makes your sleep feel easier.
96.
Go to bed with a smile on your face instead of thinking about something that went wrong. And I'm sure Cal McKinstry's thinking about a lot as he hits the pillow tonight.
140.
Let's hope he's not hitting the pillow with his fists.
84.
Here on 1-2-1 after 12. Healthy position with 133 lead.
96.
Should be first to a double.
57.
More treble gives Martin an outside chance to break his throw. Just on the underside of that 60 with dart 2. But the 60 checkered of Martin is easier than that of 64 for Dave, unless you get the 48.
48.
And for a moment, I thought that double eight might have just kissed inside, but it didn't. And Wolfie has tops for 2-1.
20.
Doesn't get there. And Dave returns for double eight. Things are getting a bit tense up there. And he gets a 2-1 lead. His chances of winning the daily table are still alive, but he needs to win the next 3 straight. The flights that Martin is using, I've mentioned a couple of times already this week that they're a different colour. Well, they're a different structure as well. They're a flight that's moulded as opposed to the type that you get of a packet and fold them outwards. So they will be heavier as well. And to me, they look a little smaller
100.
than what he's used before. But he's the boss. He knows what to use.
100.
Fourth leg. Barely anything between them.
97.
I guess if you've had any money on the daily winner and you've had a little punt on Fallon Sherrock,
98.
you'll feel a little bit nervous right now. Equally so if you've had a little punt on Dave Evans to do so, which I'm sure quite a
100.
few of you might have done after yesterday's exploits.
$133.
Great setup from Dave. Of course, the 171 would have left 36, but 133 from there is an excellent approach. Bullseye. Pulls it into the 16 to leave 34.
89.
Combination shots tonight have not gone the way of the Wolf,
Game in 2.
but the combos from Dave Evans have been excellent. 74 and 2. It's one of the favoured ones of the pros because as soon as you get the 42, all you got to do is go south towards that 32 segment and break a throw for Dave Evans to go 3-1 up. 2 left to get for the daily title. Can't afford any more mistakes. Not to quote Michael Van Gerwen, who says you can't afford any mistakes.
60.
Well, it isn't the 113 average from last night, but it is a workmanlike display so far from Dave. You can't average 113 all the time. We aren't robots. Sometimes you've got to take the misses on the chin,
55.
keep working away, and that's exactly what Dave is doing.
Oh, 42.
This is where Martin needs to pounce. Not able to do so. He does get a nice
78.
switch.
$60.
Neither player has had a ton plus score yet. Can Martin change that? He will.
138.
Sensibly went to the 18 route on the last dart to leave himself the biggest checkout possible.
$65.
Dave has also left it, but Martin gets first crack of the whip.
$98.
I'm not quite sure if that second dart was in. I was just waiting for the call. That one's definitely in. He does exactly the same as Wolfie. The second one goes in the small 20, but he gets the cover shot. Now Wolfie's got the treble 9 there, hasn't he?
54.
Not able to get the 36 that David requires. This is for 4-1.
Game in 2.
And he does get it on double 9. So it all comes down to this one leg. Dave Evans wins this leg. He wins the daily title. If he loses it, he can still win the match. But Fallon Sherrock
134.
wins the daily title.
$140.
Terrific answer from Dave. Lovely switching from Wolfie, who is scrapping here, clawing and gnawing at the opportunity of possibly
85.
winning 4 legs straight to try and get 2 more points, but it's very unlikely against the league leader right now.
96.
Still on throw. But it won't be if Wolfie keeps hitting the small 5.
85.
A decent recovery. He's still a dart in front. The use of the treble 19 from Dave Evans, though.
33.
It's been so good all week. Knows when to go downstairs.
$45.
It's looking like Dave Evans is going to win this match in this leg and win the daily title. Treble 19 lets him down on this occasion.
92.
But he has put himself on tops to get the job done. The only way he can be denied is a 1-5-2 out, which isn't going to come. It's all in his own hands.
60.
How many darts does he need to get the job done?
Game in 3.
And the answer is 3 darts, and he does win 5-1 against the former England captain Martin Adams. He wins the match with 2 more points and puts him on 6 for the night. And based on the head-to-head record against Fallon Sherrock, he wins the evening and denies Fallon the daily title. Thank you, everybody, for joining us this evening. MODUS Sports have brought you a night of the darts. That's me finished for the night shift. I'm going to the day shift tomorrow, so join us for the Icons League in the afternoon. Thank you, everybody, again. We will see you next time. Thanks very much.